All right, just a heads up, guys. I did post the link to the live stream this weekend in the TNA Race Club Facebook group, along with my Facebook page. I posted it there too, so make sure to share that out to everybody, your friends, family, neighbors, co-workers. If they ain't got nothing better to do this weekend, they can hop on the live feed and watch some racing this weekend. We will be live all day today and all day tomorrow. Steve Jaslewski's going to be here in a little bit to make sure the live stream is all set up to how he sees fit. And yeah, so share that out to everybody. Once again, the live stream is posted on Facebook in the TNA Race Club Facebook group, along with my Facebook page. I'm sure Jesse and Tony are going to share it later on too. And also, we need teams to be signed up in the tower by 11:45 the latest. I need every team, if you plan on being on a team, want to get a team together, $250 per team, so it's $50 a person. Bring it up to the tower along with the list of the driver names, which category they want to earn points from, and their car number, along with your team name. Bring that up to the tower before 11:45. All right, good morning, everybody. Tune into the live stream. It's 11:20 here. That makes it 2:20 over on the East Coast, probably 1:30 or 12:30 somewhere in the Midwest, depending on where you live. Yeah, we're going to be live all day, and I know that the summer fling up in Ohio is going on right now, so I'm sure people are going to be jumping back and forth between those two live streams. I'm not going to lie, I'm probably going to have the summer fling on today as well. If y'all didn't know, make sure I get my facts straight here. Yesterday, Jeff Serra ran himself in the final round of the Hunter Grander up in Ohio. That is just unbelievable. I can't even imagine, because the fling races re-ladder every round after 16 cars. So not only do you have to have both entries still in once you get on the ladder, you have to somehow not race yourself every time they re-ladder. So that in and of itself is quite a feat. So, and I know last TNA race up in Samoa, Dennis Paz did that same thing on Sunday. Dennis ended up winning box, and then he won no box and raced himself in the final round up in Samoa. So don't count out these West Coast racers, man. There's some killers out here. I know the Ballers have already entered the teams. They picked up Cooper Chun this weekend, so that's going to be a stout team to beat for sure. I got the Snitches. I got the Shot Callers, the Ball Busters. The Ball Busters are coming for the Ballers is what I was told. The Ballers have won the last two races. The last two team races, I should say. What's up, Victo? So you're watching live? Hey, tell Davian good luck. Davian's got his first soccer game today, so tell him good luck. Hope he wins today. We also got our Super Gas guys. Once again, Super Gas, y'all's first qualifying session is going to be at 11:40. And time runs for the TNA Race Club, what is it, the SAC Finals Prep Frenzy. The TNA stuff, that's going to be closed at 11:30. So open time runs for the TNA side of things is going to be closed at 11:30. We need Super Gas. Super Gas. Need you to lane 6 and 7. Super Gas for your first qualifying session. Need you to lane 6 and 7. Super Gas. First qualifying session needs you to lane 6 and 7. If you're not currently in the Super Gas race today and you are interested in doubling or maybe tripling, depending on if you're already in box and no box, if you want to get into Super Gas today, you're more than welcome to. Go to Brian Downer's trailer in the pits and sign up for Super Gas. You still got about 10 minutes left before they do their first qualifying session. So if you haven't gotten in Super Gas and you decided you would like to, go find Brian Downer or come up to the tower and let us know, and we can find Brian Downer for you. And, yeah, you can get into Super Gas today. Not going to lie, if I had my race car, I'd probably be tripling it and probably have a blown-up motor by the end of today. But, you know, hey, these things are fixable. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. If you have not gotten a time run this morning, please come up to the lanes. Other than that, the lanes are closed. So if you have not gotten a time run, pull up into lanes now. Otherwise, the lanes are closed, and we need Super Gas to lanes 6 and 7 for your first qualifying session. Super Gas to lanes 6 and 7 for first qualifying session.
Okay, we're going to take a little break right now, and we're going to get some track prep done. Get in there, get a cold water. Get out of that smoky air for a minute. It'll be about 30 minutes before we call first round. And then we'll give you a format, a layout as we get closer to that start time. We're going to do our tri-tip sandwiches as early as we can. So as soon as I can get the barbecue here, get the briquettes going, we'll just be feeding people throughout, the day. So we'll have everything up here located at the tower. And we'll get through this day real quick and get out of the smoke. Appreciate everybody for coming out. You guys are so loyal. The 65 cars that are here, just see them at all of our TNA events, and Jess and I really both appreciate it. And I talked to a lot of people already that said they came out just because of our TNA event, and again, that says a lot. We will continue to keep doing what we're doing. We enjoy it as much as you enjoy it. So just too bad TNA. We just haven't had any luck here in Sacramento this year. 105 in June and smoky and 100 this weekend. Just the way it goes. We'll get some better weather soon. We got 2 more TNA events this year, one in October, one in November. Those should be probably our best weather events of the year. So looking forward to those. Looking forward to SAC ET Finals. We'll try to get, I know that there's been some communication on that. I talked to Blake and Mike yesterday and the day before. We're trying to put together a schedule for the event. I know there's nothing out there yet, but it'll be out soon, you guys. But plan on showing up here at Sacramento for ET Finals. Is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to get DJ or a band. We're going to get, just like we did 15 years ago, we'll get some hay bales out here and get a little dance studio area set up and just really have a good time for the last probably ET Finals you'll see here at Sacramento. So again, thanks for coming out, guys. Logan will keep you informed on the day, and good luck to all of you out here racing today.
All right, guys, so we do have plenty of water up here in the lanes. Up here by, I believe it's Jesse's camper over here is where Jen's pitched up at. And we're going to have lunch for everybody around 2 o'clock. So instead of doing our normal TNA, after race party with the drinking and the beer and the music and the hanging out and whatever, we're just going to do that throughout the day today. So if you're thirsty or whatever, feel free to come up here and grab a water. And if you end up losing first or second round and you're sad about your day, we have beer also. But please don't come up here and grab a beer while you're still in. I know most of you won't, but I just got to throw that out there. But we do have beer up here for whoever is not in the race anymore. We have water. And later on, we're going to have whatever Jen's cooking up over there. So just stand by. We're just going to try to get everybody out of the smoke as quickly as possible today. So we're going to try to run the race as quickly as possible. And we're still going to deliver on the food and the drinks and everything like we normally do. It's just not going to be later on tonight because the air quality is garbage. So with that being said, we should have our super gas guys. We need our super gas cars to the lanes for – did they already do their timer? Oh, they did? Oh, never mind. Disregard. I wasn't even paying attention. We're just kind of taking a break real quick and then listen out for the call to lanes for first round shortly.
All right, racers, a lot of you saw, this is Jesse here. A lot of you saw me in the pits. I ran this by you. I had nobody against it, everybody for it. We all knew it was going to be 99 degrees today, but we didn't know about this smoke. This smoke is nasty. It's going to be tough to be in it for 2 days. So what we're going to do, nothing changes with the entry fees. Everything doubles, and we're only going to race Saturday. So today, in the main race, you're racing $10,000 to win, $4,000 to runner-up. We got a $2,000 semifinal purse. It's going to be $1,000 for each of the semis. If it's a 3-car semi, that guy will take $2,000. Quarterfinals, $500 each. That's a $2,000 purse. So if there's 6 cars in the quarters, we get 2 losers. They'll get $1,000 each. So we doubled that up. And we added $150 to the eighths, which there was no eighth money before, but we added $150 to the eighths, $1,250 purse there. The buyback, first or second round, is going to remain $60. We are not going to increase the buyback on you. So nothing changes. You don't have to go to the gate and pay more money. You don't have to get a refund. Your $300 entry is $10,000 to win, $4,000 to runner up. $1,000 for semis, $500 for quarters, and $150 for the eighths, $60 buyback. I will inform Ashley Thompson that if you are on the This Is Bracket Racing point sheet, that today will be a double points race. If you're racing for thisisbracketracing.com points, today will be a double points race. All the team points will be done in one event. So team points are going to be for today only. I think we had 5 or 6 teams. 6 teams. So today, one and done. We're still going to feed everybody. We're still going to party tonight. The best part about it is you can party a little harder knowing you don't have to be ready for first round tomorrow. So that's what we're doing. This smoke is pretty harsh. I want everybody to be able to go home on Sunday, relax, be ready for work on Monday, so you can afford to come out and do this again in the future. So racing for bigger money now. If anybody has a massive problem with it, come talk to me. But I got a general consensus around the pits that this is probably the best decision that can be made. A lot of people didn't come. We're not real short on car count, but we're a little short. This just seems to be the easiest way to do it. I'm waiting for confirmation from the Super Gas guys on how they want to do it. They've got 8 cars. We can probably fit both of their events in one day, or we're just going to do one of them. I'm waiting for Super Gas guys to tell me that. We will be doing a shootout some point this afternoon. So if you want to get into a shootout this afternoon, we'll work that out. There's your info. Plan on being home tomorrow to get out of this smoke. But today, double up your efforts because we just doubled up the payouts.
All right, guys, so once again, if you didn't hear what Jesse had to say about this weekend, the smoke was an unforeseen issue, and I know that the air quality is pretty bad, so Jesse went around the pits, came up with this idea, and is that everybody likes the idea. So today, once again, we're going to double the payouts, and we're adding payout to the 8th final. So it's going to be $10,000 to win, $4,000 runner-up, $1,000 semi, $500 quarterfinals, and then $150 8th finals, which is going to be 32 cars. And then it's still going to be $60 to buy back first or second round, just like it always is. And then if you're in the This Is Bracket Racing points chase, this is a double points race for everybody that's doing that. And it's the same way as always. It's a $2,000 purse for semi, $1,000 to each. If there's one loser, if there's 3 cars in the semi, you're going to get $2,000. It's the purse, not the actual semi, if that makes sense. You all know what I'm talking about. The quarterfinals is $500 to each loser, or the $2,000 purse. If you have 6 cars and 2 losers, they'd get $1,000 each. 8th finals is $150 each loser. If we have a short field at 32 cars, it's a $1,250 purse, and the buybacks are still $60 as they normally were. If you have any problems with that, you can come up to the tower and go find Tony or Jesse, express your grievances, but sounds like the general consensus is that everybody's all right with this, and we're still doing the points, the team points this weekend, well, today. It's going to be a one and done on the team points. We had 6 teams. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. Thank you, everybody, once again for coming out. All you guys are diehard TNA supporters, and Jesse, Tony, myself, we all really appreciate it. I know it's kind of hot and muggy, pretty smoky. So, once again, guys, if the visibility down at the top end isn't that great, just please be safe getting off the track. Make sure you're aware of where the other car's at. Y'all know the deal. I'm done talking. All right, attention in the pits. As far as our super gas category is going to go this weekend, you all are running 2 races today. We're going to get 2 time runs for the first race, or 2 qualifying sessions for the first race, and then we'll do first round. And then immediately after that, you're going to get 1 more time run, and then go into the second race, which is probably going to end up being run in conjunction with our shootout later, depending on how things go. But Super Gas, you are running 2 separate races today. 2 qualifying sessions for the first race, 1 qualifying session for the second race. If you have any questions, go find Brian Downer. Also, we need no box lanes 1 and 2, box lanes 4 and 5, no box lanes 1 and 2, box lanes 4 and 5 for first round. A correction, box lanes 1 and 2, no box lanes 4 and 5. Box lanes 1 and 2, no box 4 and 5. Make sure y'all heard that right. Box lanes 1 and 2, no box lanes 4 and 5 for first round. For everybody that's in the live feed chat right now, just stand by 1 second on the audio. I'm trying to get it taken care of. No box, suit up, no box. You guys can suit up, no box. You guys can suit up. Also, guys, the snack bar is going to be closing around 1:30 today, so if you want anything to eat before we do the barbecue, the snack bar is going to be closing at 1:30 today. All right, first pair out, no box, left-hand side, going to be Dennis Paz, 706 the dial. The 65 El Camino, right side, Ryan Haluska, 863 the dial for the 99 Sierra. Dead even off the hit. Top end says Dennis Paz going to take the win. 009, 3 above 1 to get behind 79,000. Ryan Haluska also 009 goes 580, 858 2 on the 863 dial and taking 79,000 stripe. Jeff LaSalle and Chris Martin. Chris Martin going to turn it 11th thou red. Give the win to Jeff LaSalle. 16 up front, and they go 669-8 on the 656 dial-in. George Valencia and Robert Bagley. Robert Bagley has a severe advantage. George Valencia picks up the win. 115 on the tree, dead 7. Robert Bagley, 28 on the tree, and then breaks it out 4 thou and took 98 thou stripe. Needed to take 94 thou or less, couldn't get it done. Next pair, Roger Phillips and driver not on file. Roger left-hand lane, dialed 661, right side 679 the dial-in. Roger Phillips going to pick up the win. 006, 5 above 4, taking 72,000 stripe. Right-hand side was 20, and then way above, no good. Next pair, left-hand side, Don Momi. Out of Stockton, 584 the dial-in. The Ratty 38, Chase Chevrolet sponsored. 38 Chevy two-door. Right side, Cooper Chun out of Vancouver, Washington. The Super 2 Northwest finishing 98. Mullis Chassis Dragster dialed 531. Racing off the bottom. 5 thou separate them up front. Top end says give it to Cooper Chun, 17 dead 7. Taking 4 thou stripe. Don Momi had him on the tree. He was 12, and then 1 above 6 to get behind 4 thou. No good. That'll bring up Jay Griner and Bob Beals. Griner left-hand side of the Southern San Francisco, and the 74 Ventura. Dowd's 688 right side. Bob Beals out of Rohnert Park, and the 72 Comet. 843 the dial in. One of them's in trouble. Win light says Jay Griner 13, 1 above 4, taking a 10th at the finish line. Bob Beals was 081 and then 848.9 on the 843 dial in. No good. Herc Ussery and Greg Matthews. Ussery left-hand side, 688 the dial in. Matthews 698 the dial in on the right-hand side. Neither of them were terribly good up front. Win light says Greg Matthews 67 dead 5 to get behind 10 thou. Herc Ussery was 083 and then breaks it out, goes 685.9 on the 688 dial in. Mathematically ineligible. Zach Ealing and Dean Kirkman. Ealing left-hand side, 748 the dial in for the 69 Nova. Right side, Dean Kirkman, 644 the dial in. For the higher-up staffing, 55 Chevrolet. The double nickel, the shoebox. 5 thou separate them up front. Win light says Zach Ealing 10 dead 8, 18 total to take 22 thou stripe. Kirkman was 005 and then 647.5 on the 644 dial in. No good. David Meyer and Henry Roberson. Meyer on the left-hand side, the 595 dial in for the Cavalier. Right side, Henry Roberson out of North Highlands and the Mustang GT 350. $11 thou separate them up front. Win light says David Meyer took out his own teammate, 21 dead 3, taking 17 thou at the finish line. Henry Roberson was 32 dead 9 and mathematically ineligible. So that really wasn't too smart for the ballers there, because David's earning points in the Dragster and Super Pro, but Henry was earning points in no box, and David just took out his teammate that was trying to earn points. So interesting. Brian Cam and John Andrews. Cam left-hand side, the Tom and Jack's Auto 02 Camaro, 808 the dial in. Right side, 606 the dial in for John Andrews, the 73 Chevy pickup out of Anderson, California. And they are both 6 thou red. It's going to go down to the small number, and Brian Cam going to pick up the win on the true start deal there. John Andrews and Brian Cam are both 006 red, so it goes down to the 10 thou on the starting line. I can't see that number, but CompuLink says give the win to Brian Cam. Udo Richter and John Carvalho. Richter left-hand side, 826 the dial in. Right side, Carvalho, 638 the dial in. And Carvalho turns it 80 thou red. Give the win to Udo, who wasn't much better. He was green, though, so that's good enough. Goes 836-1 on the 826 dial in. Cliff Hall and Mike Barnes. Hall, left-hand side, 658. Right side, Barnes, 561. And Mike Barnes leaves way too early. So Cliff Hall gonna pick up the win, 41, and dead on 6. And he moves on to round number 2. Tom Marchesano and Brett Baker. Marchesano, left-hand side, 632 the dial-in out of Roseville. In the 69 Camaro, right side, Brett Baker. Also in a 69 Camaro. Dialed 570. $20,000 separate them, but they were both pretty bad. Win light says Tom Marchesano. I'm not even going to say the reaction time, but then he goes dead one to take 45,000 at the finish line. Brett Baker was 20,000 behind and then goes 2 above 6. No good. Mike Ealing and Chuck Adams. Ealing, 658 the dial-in for the 65 El Camino, the Dice Converters and Icon Pistons. Sponsored ride out of Rohnert Park, and right side Chuck Adams, 1195 the dial-in for the 47 Chevy Coupe with a parachute, wheelie bars. I think he's got like fake nitrous somewhere in there too. So Mike is going to be sitting there for a hot minute. And they're both red. True Start says give the win to Mike Ealing. Mike was 002 red, so waiting that long time didn't really affect him that much. He was ready to hit the tree. He was 002 red. Chuck Adams was way more red. Mike Ealing goes 659-4 on the 658 dial-in and moves on to round number 2. Last call for box. Need you in the lanes. Last call for box. Need you in blah, 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 blah. Box. Need you into lanes 4 and 5. Last call for box. Not last call for no box too. No box. If you're not up into the lanes, we need you. No box. Need you up into the lanes. If you're sitting back there, need you to pull up. Robert Crum gonna pick up the win, 26, dead 4. DeAndre was 48 red. No good. Steve Jaslewski and Dave Schaefer. Jaslewski, left-hand side, 829 the dial-in. In the 2012 Mustang, he calls it Colt. Right side, Dave Schaefer, 629 the dial-in. And one of them is in a lot of trouble. But Steve, I don't know what happened there. Steve was 11 on the tree, and then something happened around 200 feet. Dave Schaefer was not good, and then lives at the finish line to make sure he didn't break out. Dave Schaefer definitely got away with one right there. We'll say that. Box, you guys can suit up. Box, you guys can suit up. And your last pair of no box, left-hand side, Randy Snyder out of Orangevale, the 73 Vega, dialed 654. Right side, Justin Short in the 97 Sonoma, dialed 768. And Justin Short clicks at 23,000 red. Give the win to Randy Snyder, 14 up front, and then 650 with a 1 on the 654 dial-in. And Randy's going to move on to round number 2. And we have box rolling into the water box. Jason Hoffman and Andrew Olson, left-hand side. Hoffman in the 72 Nova, dialed 694, right side. Andrew Olson in the 1970 Camaro, dialed 591. $30,000 separate them up front. Wind light says Andrew Olson, 26, 5 above 6, taking $55,000 stripe. All right. Darren Friedolf's left-hand side, right side Terry Sullivan. There's a lot of separation up front. Wind light says Darren Friedolf's going to take the win, 27, 4 above 3, taking a 10th, almost 2/10 at the finish line. Terry missed it, might have had something wrong in the delay box, and then goes 544-1 on the 542 dial in, and she'll be buying back next round. Next pair, Randy Cloud and John Prop. Randy in the left-hand side, 589 the dial in for the L&M Transmission 69 Maverick. Right side, John Prop in 2010 Sacramento chassis dragster, dialed 483. And John Prop clicks at 2,000 red. Give the win to Randy Cloud, 19 dead 0 to be 19 total. Threw together a 19 pack at John, and John was 002 red and breaks it out 2,000. So he would have been there if he would have kept it green. Tony Fox and Artie Pava. Fox out of Oroville, California, the 03 undercover chassis dragster in the left-hand side, dialed 503. Right side, Artie Pava, 599 the dial in. Out of Elk Grove, the Super Muscle Parts 70 Camaro. Steve Cloud and Rod Hartzell. Cloud left-hand side, 652 the dial-in. Right side, Hartzell, 631 the dial-in. We definitely got our fair share of 65 El Caminos this weekend. And Hartzell clicks at 17,000 red, and he's going to be kicking himself. Steve Cloud Reaction time starts with a 0.1 and then goes 664.5 on the 652 dial-in. So Hartzell gonna have to buy back in round number 2. Kathy Ball and Rod Hartzell. Ball left-hand side, 692 the dial-in out of Napa. The CRE transmission, 69 Camaro. And Rod Hartzell, right-hand side out of Modesto. And the 64 Nova, dialed 616. Eight thou, separate them up front. Wind light says Rod Hartzell, 19. 3 above 6, taking 8 thou stripe. And Kathy, 27. 3 above 6, no good. Craig Merrilees and Tim Cole are going to do battle here. Merrilees left-hand side, 733 the dial-in. Kohler, 550 the dial-in, the right-hand side. And Merrilees clicks it way red. Give the win to Tim Kohler, who's 12 up front, and then 563 too on the 550 dial-in. Rob Knowles and Eric Wattier. Knowles left-hand side, 727 the dial-in. Wattier right-hand side, 599 the dial-in in the Vega. Oh boy. One of them's in trouble. Wind light says, oh, on a double breakout, Wattier's going to take it 31, breaks it out 1 thou. Knowles was 005 and then takes 55 thou stripe to break it out by 3 hun, no good. Chelsea Murdoch and Bill Bathello going to do battle. Right side Bathello, 495 the dial-in. Murdoch left-hand side, 608 the dial-in. Bill's got a pretty fast Trans Am, 495. You don't see too many 4-second door cars these days. It's looking like, oh man, Murdoch's gonna pull it out. 81 up front and then breaks it out 4 thou. Bill was 009 and then breaks it out a hun. He took 78 thou stripe, needed to take 68 or less. Ouch. Jeff Broussard, left-hand side, 668 the dial-in for the 98 Sonoma. Right side, Jake Wood, 518 the dial-in for the Reading drag strip, sponsored. All it says is 1990 dragster, so I don't even know what style chassis, but we're gonna go with it. Jake Wood is dad Bill up there at Reading. Five thou, separate him up front. Wind light says Broussard gonna take it 14, 2 above 6, taking 3 thou stripe. Jake Wood 009, 521.4 on the 518 dial-in to get behind 3 thou. Could have took the stripe, decided to get behind. No good. Super gas, super gas, super gas. Need you to lane 6 and 7. Super gas, need you to lane 6 and 7 for your second qualifying hit. Super gas, need you to lane 6 and 7. Left-hand side, not on file, and then Malibu dialed 860 or 680. Man, I am dyslexic today. Right side, Bobby Hartshorn, 493 the dial-in for the O2 Worthy Chassis Dragster. And another true start. Double red light, give the win to Bobby Hartshorn. 12 red and then dead 7. Left-hand side was 18 red and then 693.7 on the 680 dial-in. George Valencia and Jason Vanderpool. Valencia 668 the dial in. Vanderpool right side 486 the dial in for the 2016 Racecraft chassis. Five thou separate them, and their combined reaction time is less than 10. Give the win to Jason Vanderpool. 001, 2 above 6. Valencia was 006, and then goes 666.9 on the 668 dial in to take 32 thou stripe. David Meyer and Hugh Mueller are going to do battle here. Meyer in the left-hand lane, 474 the dial in for the 2010 Race Tech chassis out of Sheridan. And Hugh Mueller, right-hand side, 669 the dial in for the 72 Maverick out of Carmel Valley. $20,000 separate him up front. Wind light says David Meyer 11. 3 above 6, taking 56,000 stripe. Hugh Mueller was 31, and then way above, no good. Dan Bagwell and Dennis Paz. Paz in the left-hand lane, dial 707. Bagwell right side, 663 the dial in. $12,000 separate him up front. Wind light says Dennis Paz 30, 3 above 3, taking 33,000 stripe. Bagwell was 42. 5 above 4, no good. Steve Jaslewski and Joe Levitt. Jaslewski, left-hand side, 829 the dial in. Levitt, 607 the dial in for the 67 Nova. Once again, we need Super Gas to lane 6 and 7. Super Gas, need you to lane 6 and 7 for your second qualifying hit. And Jaslewski turns at 36 thou red. Give the win to Joe Levitt. 25 up front, 608.9 on the 607 dial in. He's moving on to round number 2. Left-hand lane, Chase Trimp, dialed 479. Right-hand lane, driver not on file, dialed 624. Last call for box, round number 1. Bring him on up. Last call for box, round number 1. Pull forward in the lanes. Por favor. Two thou separate him up front. Wind light says Chase Trimp 17, 4 above 5, taking 6 thou stripe. Right side was 15 up front, and then goes 629.3 on the 624 dial in, no good. Left-hand side, Cooper Chun out of Vancouver. Doubling the dragster in Pro and Super Pro, box, no box, whatever you want to call it. 526 the dial in for him. Right side, Jeff LaSalle, 656 the dial in out of Cloverdale. $7,000 separate him up front. Wind light says Jeff LaSalle 008, dead 1 to be 9 total. Cooper Chun was 001 and breaks it out 8 thou, took 16 thou. Needed to take 8 or less. was a good race right there. We got some solid races first round. It's only going to get better as the day goes on. Dean Wallahan, left-hand side, 698 the dial in. Right side, Dale Lindstrom, 578 the dial in for the 67 Camaro. Seventeenth out, separate them up front. Win light says Dale Lindstrom, 11 up front, and then 581-1 on the 578 dial in, taking 6th out stripe. And your last pair in box, left-hand side, Glenn Kern, 532 the dial in. Out of Modesto in the 99 Answer chassis. Right side, DeAndre Fitzgerald, 591 the dial in the 69 Firebird. DeAndre's doubling the Firebird and the Santa Fe this weekend. He could have just raced the Firebird in Pro if they can take the delay box out. But he decided to go with the old trusty Santa Fe in Pro, and I'm pretty sure he won first round, didn't he? I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. There you go. If you got a Santa Fe at home, you can go drag racing. Top end says DeAndre Fitzgerald, 17 up front, 2 above 3, taking 38th stripe. Kern, 39, 3 above 9. No bueno. And that's going to do it for round number 1. On the TNA side, we should have Super Gas in lanes 6 and 7 for your second qualifying hit. And we're going to take a quick break, do a little bit of track prep. And we'll be right back. All right, we need no box lanes 1 and 2. No box lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. No box needs your lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. We should have our super gas cars into lanes 6 and 7. Yeah. No box. Lanes 1 and 2. Round number 2. Bring them up. All right, we got super gas. Second round of qualifying coming at you. Shooting for 990 in the quarter mile. That's what we're going for. Brian Downer and Steve Schmidt. Schmidt goes 992-1. Downer 990 with a 6. How about you, Brian Downer? Jim Spurnack and Rod Horn. Spurnack out of Marysville on the 27T Brogy over there. Left-hand side. Horn right side out of Oroville. And the 27T Roadster. Long way down there. Wind light said, well, not wind light, but Spurnack 988-1. A little too quick. Horn 993-1. So far, Downer has the best ET of this session. Ron Kelly Jr. left side. Jeff Davey right side. Top end says Ron Kelly Jr. 989.6. 4th thou off. Davey 983.0. A little bit farther off. And looks like our last car for Super Gas, Lon Wilburn, San Bruno, and the 76 Monza. Currently your number 6 qualifier. .24 up front. And 996.6 at 139 for Lon. And that's going to do it for Super Gas. We're going to have your qualifying sheets printed shortly. And we should have no box in the lanes 1 and 2. No box, lanes 1 and 2. Need you, need you, need you.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, Super Gas Racers. There'll be a driver's meeting at Brian Downer's trailer in 20 minutes. Again, Super Gas, driver's meeting, Brian Downer's trailer in 20 minutes. Thank you.
That was a time-only car. We'll be in recess for about 5 minutes while our announcer is in recess, Logan Pagano.
All right. We should have no box in the lanes. Got our buybacks taken care of. Man, I don't know what's going on with me today. My announcing is just not up to par, Nicole. I don't know what, I think I had some time to collect my thoughts, get some relief. Yeah, I think it was just the bourbon last night mixed with the McDonald's. It's just messing with me. It was a long night last night, I will say. Probably, hey, we did see a good movie. We went and saw Candyman last night, and the ending blew my mind. I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to go about deciphering the ending of that movie. So if you want to see Candyman, highly recommend it. Oh, Jordan Peele is really good at making movies. Copeland, you know about that, right? Copeland didn't know how to take the ending last night either. He was there. Hey, No Box, y'all can suit up if you haven't already. No Box, y'all can suit up. We're going to be running you guys very shortly. Everybody watching the live stream, thank y'all for tuning in. I know that the Summer Flings is going on up in Ohio, so between this race and that race and whatever other racing is going on this weekend. Mike Barnes, please come to the tower. Mike Barnes, please come to the tower. You're not in trouble, promise. Hey, don't forget, guys, we do have water up here in the lanes. I think that blue cooler that someone's standing beside, it's got water in it. If you want a water after this round, it's the second round. So after this round, we probably have some takers on the beer. And the barbecue is getting cooked up. I think Tony said 2 o'clock on the barbecue. What's up, Mr. Bill Wood? I see you in the chat bleachers. I wish you were here too, dude. Jake's out here trying to get her done. Yeah, I know it's the chronic dyslexia. I don't know what's going on today. Couldn't tell you. I think I got my stuff together now. I think we should be good. I do have a problem like repeating myself. Like I'll say like in the left lane we got so and so, dial in so and so in the left lane because I'm not thinking about it. We're making strides to becoming a better announcer. I've only been doing this for a year. Like I've never announced drag racing until this year, until I moved to California. So this is still new for me. So bear with me a little bit, especially the town and city names y'all got in California. Dude, if I'm pronouncing your town or your city wrong, please just tell me. I'm probably not going to remember it, but still, let me know. It took me forever to realize that it's Sheridan and not Sheridan, or however you say that. I think Sheridan. Yeah, I was calling it Sheridan for the longest time, and I don't think it's Carmel Valley. I think it's something else. Sheridan. Yeah. Thanks, Chase. No box, you guys can suit up if you haven't already. No box, you guys can suit up. Like, now. All right, here we go. No box rolling through the water. Round number deuce. Yep. Left-hand side, George Valencia out of Santa Rosa in the 74 Chevy Love, dialed 666. Right side, Jeff LaSalle, 656 the dialing for the 67 Dodge out of Cloverdale. And Jeff LaSalle clicks at 13 thou red and hide the sharp objects. George, reaction time starts with a 0.1 and then goes 2 above 4. Jeff, dead on 4. Big owie. Next pair, Brian Cam and Greg Matthews. Matthews in the right-hand lane. 698 the dial-in for Matthews. Left side, Brian Cam, 809 in the Tom and Jack's Auto sponsored 02 Camaro. Three thou separate them up front. Wind light says Brian Cam on the double breakout, 54 and 1 hun under. Greg Matthews, 57 and 695.6 on the 698 dial-in. Taking 11 thou stripe, no good, needed to get behind. Roger Phillips and John Carvalho. Phillips left-hand lane, 661 the dial-in for the Punisher 69 Nova. Right side, Carvalho, 639 the dial in for the Mazda's plus 67 Camaro. Carvalho's low-key a hitter. Could take out Phillips. And it's close. 4th out, separate him up front. Win light says Roger Phillips going to take the win, 21, 1 above 0, taking 17th out stripe. Carvalho 17 up front, and then 642-1 on the 639 dial in. No good. Ryan Haluska and Robert Bagley. Haluska in the left-hand lane, 860 the dial in for the GMC Sierra. Right side, Bagley, 768 the dial in for the Quality Scaffolding 74 Vega. And the win light going to go to Haluska on the double breakout, or the double red light. Jay Griner and Herc Ussery. Griner left-hand lane, 687. Right lane, Ussery, 685. $31,000. Separate him up front. Win light says Ussery, 30. 1 above 1, taking 19,000 stripe. Griner, 61 up front. And then breaks it out by 1,000 and didn't get there by 19. Mathematically ineligible. DeAndre Fitzgerald and John Andrews. DeAndre left-hand side in the 06 Santa Fe, dialed 1229. Ladies and gentlemen, the slowest car on the property. And John Andrews right side, 605 the dial in. $18,000, separate him up front. Win light says John Andrews, 30, 1 above 6. DeAndre was 48 up front, and then 1227.4 on the 1229 dial in, taking 14,000 stripe. No good. Yes, his car is probably slower than my girlfriend's mini Clubman. I'm going to go out in a heads-up race. I think the Clubman might win. Snyder and Roberson. Left-hand side, 652 the dial in. Right side, Roberson, 731 the dial in. $2,000, separate them up front. Win light says Roberson on the double breakout, 35, 729.6 on the 731 dial in to get behind. Snyder was 37 up front and breaks it out, got there first by 6,000 and needed to get behind like Henry did. Zach Ealing and Robert Crum. Ealing, 747 the dial in for the 69 Nova on the left-hand side. Right side, Robert Crum, 668 the dial in for the 63 Nova SS. Your Saturday winner up in Samoa, I might add. One of them is in trouble. Win light says Zach Ealing, 18, 1 above 7, taking 21,000 stripe. Robert Crum, 48, dead on 8, and mathematically ineligible. Here we go, a little blast from the past coming at you. Left-hand side, going to be Don Momey out of Stockton in the 38 Chevy two-door coupe. Right side, Chuck Adams in the 47 Chevy two-door coupe, dialed 1198. So 585, 1198. 10 years separate the cars on the starting line, and just about 6 seconds on the dial-in. And both of them are older than my grandmother. The cars are older than my grandmother, who may or may not be watching right now. And I'm not really sure what just happened, but Chuck Adams going to pick up the win, 38 up front, and then 11.90 with an 8 at 55. A crisp 55 miles an hour in the 8th mile. And Don's going to back it up. David Meyer and Brett Baker. Meyer in the left-hand lane, 595 to dial in for the Cavalier. Right side, Brett Baker, 570 to dial in for the 69 Camaro out of North Highlands. Two of the faster door cars on the property, especially in no box. I think Bill Bathello's got the fastest door car. 495 was his dial in a pro or super pro box, whatever you want to call it. And something happened there with Brett Baker on the starting line. Give the win to David Meyer, 66 up front, and then lifts to go 6014 on the 595 dial-in. Tom Marchesano and Steve Jaslewski. Marchesano left-hand side, 632 the dial-in for the 69 Camaro. Right side, Jaslewski, 823 the dial-in for Colt, he calls it, his new Mustang. The other one's getting a motor swap, so he decided to pull out the new one. Give the win to Tom Marchesano and hide the sharp objects from Steve. Tom was not good. Starts with a 0.1 on the reaction time and then goes 6:34.7 on the 32. Jaslewski was 19 red and then 6 above 1 on the drop. No good. We need box to lanes 4 and 5. Box, lanes 4 and 5. Box, round number 2, lanes 4 and 5. Also, no box if you're in the back of the lanes or hiding around somewhere. No box, need you to the lanes, final call. No box if you're not here. Need you to the lanes, final call. Jason Vanderpool, you are the potential buy in box for round number 2. Jason Vanderpool, you are the potential buy for box round number 2. So, Jason, you could pull up into lane 3. Once again, Jason Vanderpool, potential buy. You can pull up into lane 3. All right, guys, you guys can suit back up. We're ready to go now. Sorry for the hold up. We're checking the tree, making sure everything's all kosher. The good news is the smoke has cleared up quite a bit. I can see the top end of the track now. Sounds like we have race cars firing up. Excellent. All right, we're going to hit the resume button on no box here. Left-hand side, Dave Schaefer out of Auburn in the 66 Mustang. Right side, Cliff Hall out of Carmichael, California. The Hall Bros 64 Falcon. 692, the dial in for the left lane. 659, the dial in for the right lane. No box. If you're not here, you're late. No box. If you're not here, you're late. Bring them on up. Top end says Cliff Hall going to pick up the win. 36, one above one, taking a 10th finish line. Dave Schaefer was late, dead on zero. Mathematically ineligible. Justin Short and Bob Beals going to do battle. Short left-hand lane in the 97 Sonoma out of Elk Grove, dialed 772. Right lane, Bob Beals, 845 the dial in for the 72 Comet. He races this thing in stock. Top end says Bob Beals going to pick up the win, 39, one above 5. Taking 23,000 stripe. Justin Short had him on the tree. He was 17. And then 6 above 0. Something must have happened there with the Sonoma. Mike Ealing and Dean Kirkman. Ealing in the left-hand lane, 658 the dial in for the Dice Converters and Icon Piston sponsored 65 El Camino. Right lane, Dean Kirkman, 644 the dial in for the higher up staffing 55 Chevy. They did not pull into the lanes very good. They're both on the Snitches Get Stitches team, and they're both earning points for no box, so interesting. 11th thou separate them up front. The Snitches are going to get 1 point. Win light says Kirkman going to pick up the win. 11, 2 above 3, taking 16th thou stripe. Ealing 22 and 2 above 8, no good. Udo Richter and Cooper Chun. Chun in the right-hand lane, 531 the dial in. Udo Richter, left-hand lane, 836 the dial in. And Cooper turns a 9 thou red, give the win to Udo Richter, 33, and then 829-0 on the 836 dial in. And Dennis Pa is going to be your buy run here in no box. Out of Stockton, the 65 El Camino, 708 the dial in. Box, you guys can suit up. Box, suit up. Well, let's get it going. Box, suit up. All right, your first pair of box. Left-hand lane going to be Chase Trimp. Dialed 479. Right lane, Dale Lindstrom, 580 to the dial in for the 67 Camaro out of Reading. Lindstrom went a couple of rounds up in Samoa at our last race. He's looking good today. Seventeenth thou separate him up front. Win light going to go to Dale Lindstrom. 12 dead. 5. 7 total for Lindstrom. Chase was 29 out the gate and mathematically ineligible. Jeff LaSalle and Jason Hoffman. Win light says LaSalle. 006 and 4 above 9, taking 24 thou stripe. Hoffman was late, and then 4 above 5 as well. No good. Randy Cloud and Steve Jaslewski. Cloud left-hand lane, 635 the dial-in. In the 69 Maverick, right lane, Steve Jaslewski, 827 the dial-in for the 2012 Mustang. $15,000 separate him up front. Win light says Randy Cloud on the double breakout. We're gonna pick up the win, 10, and then 4 under. Steve, 25 up front, and then 820 with a 4 on the 27, taking 17 thou. Needed to get behind. George Valencia and John Prop. Valencia, 664 the dial-in for the 74 Love Truck in the left-hand lane, right side. John Prop, 483 the dial-in for the 2010 Sacramento chassis dragster. Hi, Allie. And Prop clicks it 1 thou red. Gave the win to George Valencia, 15 up front, and then 672.6 on the 64 dial-in. Valencia moving on. Allie to the rescue, bringing us a new starter switch. Allie's got some fans. Hey, look at that. All right, left-hand side, Craig Merrilies out of Windsor in the top bulb Tesla. Dialed 733, right side driver not on file, 629 the dial-in. Just got informed the right side, Mitch Wharton, but we don't have him in the computer here, but that's all right. Not gonna lie, not looking good for Mitch. Give the win. Oh, Mitch gonna get the dub. Wow. Never mind. His reaction time started with a 0.1 and then goes dead 0. Craig was 47 out the gate and then breaks it out. 11 thou, taking 75 thou stripe, needed to take 64 or less. Sean Ealing and Ron Kelly. Ron, 584 the dial-in the right-hand lane. Left side, Ealing, 650 the dial-in. Win light says Sean Ealing 002, 1 above 7 to be 19 total, taking 31 thou stripe. Ron Kelly was 49 up front, mathematically ineligible. Ted Seipel and Terry Sullivan gonna do battle. Seipel in the left-hand lane in the Austin Healey, dialed 690. Sullivan right side, 542 the dial-in. Mama Bear on the 01 Suncoast chassis dragster. Box, last call. Last call for box into lanes 4 and 5. If you're in the back of the lanes, go ahead and pull on up. Last call for box into lanes 4 and 5. Six thou, 12 thou separate him, excuse me. Win light gonna go to Seipel, 006, 2 above 6. Taking 3 thou stripe. Terry was 18 out the gate. And then 1 above 7, no good. Darren Friedolfs in the left-hand side, 592 the dial in. Eric Wattier, right side, 599 the dial in for the Vega. Anybody who's out here testing, you guys can pull up into the lanes now. Anybody who's testing, you guys can pull up into the lanes. Windlight Friedolfs, 30, 1 above 0, taking 6th thou at the finish line. Eric Wattier was 15 up front and then 3 above 1 to get behind 6th thou. Rob Knowles and Dean Wallahan. Wallahan, right-hand side, 697 for the 62 Chevy 2. Knowles, left side, 722 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Windlight says Wallahan, 19, 2 above 2 to get behind. Knowles was 34 out the gate and then 721.6 on the 722 dial-in. Took 11th thou. Needed to take 7th thou or less. Dan Bagwell, left-hand side, 666 the dial-in for the 71 Cougar, the Paz Motorsports entry. Right side, Bobby Hartshorn, 494 the dial-in for the 5th Avenue Body Shop 02 Worthy Chassis Dragster entry. Bobby out of Oroville. Not Oroville, as I've been told. And one of them's in trouble. A Windlight says Bobby Hartshorn, 26, 2 above 5, taking 76 thou at the finish line. Bagwell, 57 up front, and then way above, no good. Steve Cloud and Andrew Olson. Cloud in left-hand side, 654 the dial-in out of Auburn. In the 67 Fairlane. Right side, Andrew Olson, 590 for the 70 Camaro out of Sacramento. One of them is in a deep hole here. Windlight going to go to Olson, 30 up front and 9 above 5, taking 84 thou stripe. Cloud. Reaction time starts with a 0.1 and then goes 4 above 4. No bueno. Jeff Broussard, left-hand side, 670 the dial-in for the 98 Sonoma out of Novato. Right side, Artie Pava, 598 the dial-in out of Elk Grove. The Super Muscle Parts 70 Camaro. I do like that Sonoma with the long bed. Wheels up for Pava, and he's going to pick up the win. Broussard clicks it 6 thou red. 2 above 1, no good. Pava 21, 2 above 7. Moving on to round number 3. Left side, Steve Schmidt out of Minden, Nevada. The Simple Pump 67 Camaro. Dial in 549. Right side, Glenn Kern, 533 the dial in out of Modesto, the 99 Answer chassis. I think, oh man, it's going to be close between Steve and Cooper on who's got the long haul award this weekend. I don't know how far Minden, Nevada is from here. Glenn Kern clicks it 4th thou red. Give the win to Schmidt, 41 up front, and then 534 too. Might have gotten away with one there. Schmidt is going back and forth between Super Gas and Top Bulb. So might have had something messed up in the dial-in or in the throttle stop. But he's going to pick up the win. Chelsea Murdoch and Rod Hartzell. Hartzell in the right-hand lane, 630 to the dial-in. Murdoch, 608 the dial-in for the left-hand side. And Hartzell clicks it 16th out red. Murdoch going to pick up the win, 58, dead 0. How about you? David Meyer, left-hand side. Out of Sheridan, 475 the dial-in for David. Right side, Rod Hartzell, 618 the dial-in for the 64 Nova out of Modesto. Meyer's in. Hartzell's in. And Meyer clicks at 5 thou red, give the win to Hartzell, 34, and breaks it out 5 thou. Meyer, 005 red and 1 under. Not good. Kathy Ball, left-hand side in the 69 Camaro. Out 694 right side. Joe Levitt out of Carmichael, 608 the dial-in for the 67 Nova. I believe Joe's gotten a win under his belt this year at one of our TNA races. I think it was the last race we had at right here at SAC. I think he won one of them. And he's looking real good right here. Win light says Joe Levitt, 004, and then runs 612 with a 7 on the 608 dial-in, taking 12th out, margin of victory. Ball was 32 up front, and then 3 above, no good. Cooper Chun, left-hand side, 525 the dial-in for the Vancouver, Washington runner, the Super Tune Northwest refinishing 98 Mullis chassis over there. Jake Wood, right side, 518 the dial-in for the 90 Dragster is what he put on the tech card. I still don't think he knows what chassis that is, to be honest. I'm going to have to ask him. Or maybe Bill. Bill, you might know if you're still watching. If you have any idea what chassis that is, just let me know. Could be a hardtail chassis. I don't think I see any suspension back there. Fourth out, separate him up front. Win light gonna go to Cooper Chun, 11, dead 5, 16 total. Taking 31 thou stripe. Jake Wood was 007, and then 522.0 on the 518 dial-in. Tim Kohler and DeAndre Fitzgerald. Kohler in the left-hand lane, 553 the dial-in out of Lodi. Right side, DeAndre Fitzgerald, 69 Firebird dialed 593. Win light says DeAndre going to pick up the win, 24, 598, 6 on the 593 dial-in, taking 99th thou at the finish line. Kohler missed it up front and then runs way above. Once again, anybody who wants to get a test and tune hit, you can pull up into the lanes now. Any test and tuners, you guys can pull up into the lanes now. That'll bring up Dennis Paz and Bill Bathello. Paz in the left-hand side, 708 the dial-in for the 65 El Camino out of Stockton. Racing for the Snitches. Right-hand lane, Bill Bathello, 495 the dial-in for the 05 Grand Am, the C's Candy Machine. Top end says Dennis Paz going to pick up the win on the double breakout. 31 and then breaks it out to Hun. Bethello 13 up front and then breaks it out to Hun. So by fourth out at the finish line, Dennis Paz moving on. And your legal buy run, going to bring up Jason Vanderpool on the left-hand side. 2016 Racecraft chassis. We were playing golf up in Samoa, and he was expressing to me he wanted to turn this into a top dragster. Trying to do a little double dipping between bracket racing and top dragster. He put a plate system on it. Trying to go 14s. He went at 487.3 there on the 486 dialing. Super gas. Need you to lanes 2 and 3. I lied. Jesse just told me 3 and 4. So super gas lanes 3 and 4. Super gas need you to lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of your first race.
Hey guys, we're gonna take a little break. Employees, go over and get some food. Track employees, go get some food real quick. As soon as this car runs down, go over there and get some food. We've got tri-tip sandwiches ready to go. Salad, corn on the cob, beans. So let's take a minute. Everybody take a second. Come on up. Let's see if we can get a tri-tip sandwich real quick. And a beer, water, cold water. And let's grab a minute to eat real quick and cool down, and then we'll get started again. So 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. Super Gas, you guys can come up, but 15 minutes for everyone else to come up here and get something to eat. Half hour maybe, I don't know.
Hey guys, I know you saw this online, but Bobby Hartshorn's got a table set up next to the food tables. A little boy named Reese, he's got an autoimmune disorder, and Bobby's putting a little collection station together for him for donations to the family. And just letting you know where it's at if you want to donate. If not, that's okay too. It's just out there for anybody who wants to put a few bucks in for Reese and his family. So Bobby Hartshorn's put it together. The bucket and the table, a little sign, picture of the boy is sitting right there next to where we're serving food. All right, first round of meet has been gone through. Second round of meet will be ready in about 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe. Let's get Super Gas. Super Gas, let's get up to the lanes for your first round. Super Gas for first round. And shortly after that, in about 2 or 3 minutes, you no box guys start making your way up. I'll take care of the second round buybacks. So Super Gas, lanes 3 and 4, no box, lanes 1 and 2.
All right, got some good tri-tip in me. Got some water, wink, wink. Water. Then we're gonna go super gas racing. Round number 1 of race number 1 coming at you. Left-hand side gonna be Ron Horn out of Oroville, the 27T Roadster. Your number 5 qualifier going up against Jim Spurnack, your number 4 qualifier out of Marysville. Spurnack Racing Engines 27T Brogy Roadster. 990 is the index. One of them is in some trouble here. Wind light says Rod Horn going to pick up the win. 009, dead on 4 to be 13 total. Jim was 64 up front, dead 6, mathematically ineligible. Steve Schmidt in the left-hand side out of Minden, Nevada. The Simple Pump 67 Camaro Roadster going up against Lon Wilburn out of San Bruno, California in the 76 Monza. Schmid, your number 3 qualifier. Wilburn, your number 6 qualifier. One of them's in trouble. Wind light says Steve Schmid going to pick up the win. 16 up front, 989.4 at 146 miles an hour, taking 33,000 drive. Lon missed it out the tree and then goes 7 above 1 on the rug. No good. Ron Kelly Jr. left-hand side out of San Leandro, California. The 67 Chevy 2, your number 7 qualifier, going up against Brian Downer. Brian Downer going to turn it way, way, way red and then runs 989.8. Ron Kelly Jr. going to pick up the win. We need no box to lanes 1 and 2. No box, if you're not here, you're late. No box needs to lanes 1 and 2. And your Byron and Super Gas, Jeff Davey. Number 1 qualifier out of Minden, Nevada, 82 up front. .987.5 at 141 miles an hour for Jeff. That's going to do it for round number 1 of Super Gas. We need no box into lanes 1 and 2. No box needs into lanes 1 and 2 for 3rd round of eliminations. All right, round number 3 of no box. Left-hand side, Don Momi, 587 the dial in for the Stockton, California-based entry. The 38 Chevy Coupe. Going up against Roger Phillips, 661 the dial in for the Punisher Nova out of Modesto. Roger racing for the Snitches, trying to get them another point. Points are looking pretty tight right now, not gonna lie. Slowly waiting. There's Roger, and there's Don. Fourth thou, separate him up front. Wind light says Roger Phillips, 008, 1 above 0 to be 18 total, taking 26 thou stripe. Don was 004, and then 591-0 on the 587 dial in to get behind by 26 thou. Jay Griner and Chuck Adams. Griner left-hand side, 686 the dial in for the 74 Ventura. Racing for the shot callers. Right side, Chuck Adams. 1195 the dial in for the 47 Chevy two-door coupe. One of them is in some trouble here. Wind light says Jay Griner going to pick up the win. Another point for the shot callers. 15, 1 above 6 to get behind fourth out. Chuck Adams was 51 and then broke it out 3 hun to take fourth out at the finish line. Mathematically ineligible. Cooper Chun and Jeff LaSalle. Chun left-hand side, 532 the dial in, leaving off the bottom bulb in the dragster. Out of Vancouver, Washington, right side. Jeff LaSalle, 658 the dial in for the Cloverdale-based 67 Dodge RT. And Jeff LaSalle clicks at 5 thou red. Give the win to Cooper Chun, 32 up front, and then 530 with a 0 on the 532 dial in. Udo Richter and Dennis Paz. A snitch versus a shot caller. 12 thou separate them on the starting line. Wind light says Dennis Paz, 10 2 above 6 to get behind 22 thou. Udo, 32 up front and then breaks it out, 18 thou. No good. Randy Snyder and Greg Matthews. Snyder left-hand side, 651 the dial in. The Orangevale, California 73 Vega. Right side, the KDK Racing sponsored ride of Greg Matthews, the 698 dial in for the 62 Chevy 2. Greg Matthews clicks at 32 thou red. Give the win to Randy Snyder, 009 up front, 650 with a 4 on the 651 dial and out the back door. Randy earning another point for the shot callers. David Meyer and Bob Beals. Meyer on the left-hand side in the murdered out Chevy Cavalier down 596. Bob Beals right-hand side, 846 the dial in for the 72 Comet. Races this thing in stock. Fits into the T-stock automatic category. Me and Bob Beals were battling it out for Sportsman for the points championship this year. He definitely gave it one hell of a shot. And they are dead even off the hit. Win light says David Meyer, 29, 1 above 6 to take 24th out at the finish line. Bob Beals, 29, 4 above 0. Not getting there by 24th out. Robert Crum and Herc Usry. Crum, left-hand side, 669 the dial-in for the 63 Nova SS out of Chico. Right side, Usry, 685 the dial-in out of Modesto. And the 65 Nova. Crum taking home the big check in the treasure chest in Samoa a couple weeks ago. $11,000 separate him up front. Win light says Herc Usry, 009, 1 above 2 to take 10,000 with the finish line. Robert Crum was 20 up front, dead on 2, and needed to go dead 0 to get the job done and could not do it. Dave Schaefer and John Andrews. Schaefer, the left-hand side, 631 the dial-in for the 66 Mustang. Right side, John Andrews out of Anderson, California. The 73 Chevy pickup, dialed 604. $1,000 separate him up front. Win light says Dave Schaefer, 18, 1 above 0. Be 28 total, taking 29,000 stripe. John Andrews, 19 up front. And then 6078 on the 604 dial in. No good. Box needs to the lanes. Box needed to lanes 4 and 5. Box to lanes 4 and 5 for round number 3. Box to lanes 4 and 5 for round number 3. As we have Brian Cam and Cliff Hall. Cam left-hand side, 808 the dial-in. Right side, Cliff Hall. Out of Carmichael, 661 the dial-in. And neither one of them, there we go, Hall's in. Here comes Cam. One of them's in some trouble here. Win light says, oh, Brian Cam gets him 60 up front, 1 above 2. Cliff Hall was 19 and broke it out 5,000. He took 58,000 at the finish line. Needed to take 53 or less. And that's a big hit for the baller camp. Tom Marchesano and Zach Ealing. Marchesano, 632 the dial-in out of Roseville on the left-hand side. Right side, Zach Ealing, the 69 Nova. That was 748. $9,000 separate them up front. Win light says Zach Ealing gonna move on, 29, 1 above 1 to take 22,000 at the finish line. Marchesano was late, 38, 2 above 4. No good, and I'm sure Mike and Sean are back there somewhere saying, go boy, go. Zach's been looking for his first win, and he's just gotten so close and has yet to seal the deal. And Ryan Haluska going to pick up the win here. Something happened there with George Valencia on the left side. Ryan Haluska, 30 and 2 above 5. Moving on to round number 4. Ooh, boy. This is going to be a good race right here. Mike Ealing and Henry Roberson Jr. Roberson, the right-hand side, and the Mustang GT350 dialed 730. Left side, Mike Ealing, 660 to dial in for the Dice Converter and Icon Piston, 65 El Camino. Ballers versus the Snitches. Mike just saw his nephew go another round. He's trying to do the same here, but Henry Roberson is no slouch whatsoever. Me and him were battling for sportsman points too, and came down to the wire on that last Sunday. I'll tell you what, I was nervous as all hell. Roberson's in. Here we go. 1 thou, separate him up front. Win light goes to Mike Ealing, 48, 8 above. Henry Roberson was 49 and then went 11 hun above the dial, and something must have happened there with Henry. I know he was having transmission issues at the last points race. He said he had it fixed, but we'll have to see. And Mike Ealing moving on. Another point for the Snitches. And your legal buyer on Dean Kirkman, 646 to dial in. The higher up staffing, 55 Chevrolet. Gonna take his freebie in round number 4 and earn a point for the Snitches. $20 up front, 645.7 at 106 miles an hour on the 646 dial-in. And that's going to do it. We need box in the lanes 4 and 5. If you're not here, you're late. Box, lanes 4 and 5. If you're not here, you're late. Okay, Bill just gave me some info on Jake's car. He says it's the older brand X hardtail we bought from Greg Hicks in Las Vegas. Okay. I figured it was a hardtail. Everybody watching online, we appreciate it. Getting down slowly but surely to the nitty and the gritty. How many cars we got left in no box, Nicole? 13 coming back. So, hey, congratulations. If you were in that round, you were in the money. And whoever's in box right now, if you're in the lanes, you are in the money as well. Right? How many cars in box right now? So stand by on that, because we still have some buybacks in there. What's up, Victo? Oh, soccer game got canceled. Yep. The smoke, I can believe it. It's actually not too bad out here. I mean, the sky's still gray. But as far as visibility, the smoke's almost gone completely. But that sucks. Box, you guys can suit up. Box, you guys can suit up. Let's go. All right, first pair of box. Left side, Darren Friedolfs out of Napa. The 57 Chevy sedan, dialed 5 at 93. Right side, Mitch Wharton, 629 the dial-in. And the 68 Campbird. Two thou separate him up front. Wind light says Darren Friedolfs, 008. One above 6, taking 18 thou stripe. Mitch was 10 up front, 3 above 2. No good. Ted Seipel and Eric Waltier. Seipel, left-hand side, 629 the dial-in. In the Austin Healy. Right side, Eric Waltier, 599 the dial-in. For the Lockford-based 72 Vega. $14,000 separate him up front. Win light says Ted Seipel going to pick up the win. 18 dead 4. Be 22 total, taking 30,000 stripe. Eric Wattier 32 up front. And 2 above, no bueno. Chase Trimp and Rod Hartzell. Trimp in the left-hand lane, dialed 479. Hartzell right side, dialed 618 in the Nova. Chase trying to earn a point for the shot callers. $11,000 separate him. Win's going to go to Trent, 005, 2 above 7, taking 9,000 stripe. Rod was 16 up front, 2 above 5. No good. George Valencia, left-hand side, 672 the dial-in for the 74 Chevy Love. Andrew Olson, right side, 591 the dial-in in the 1970 Camaro. Left-hand side, Randy Cloud. 632 the dial-in for the 69 Maverick. Right side, Jeff LaSalle out of Cloverdale. 656 the dial-in. 20 thou, separate them up front. One of them's 002. Give the win to Jeff LaSalle. 002, 2 above 0. To get behind, 2 thou. Randy Cloud, 22 up front. Breaks it out 2 thou and took 28-10 thou. Needed to take almost nothing to win that race. Jeff Broussard and Jason Vanderpool. Broussard left-hand side, 672 the dial-in for the 98 Sonoma. Right side, Jason Vanderpool, 487 the dial-in for the 2016 Racecraft Lawn Dart. And something happened to Vanderpool. Oh, he was 008 red. Broussard, 007 up front, and then 668.9 on the 72 dial-in. And Broussard gonna move on. Steve Cloud and Artie Pava. Cloud, left-hand side, 658 the dial-in out of Auburn. Right side, Artie Pava out of Elk Grove. In the 1970 Camaro, 599 the dial-in. Win light says Artie Pava gonna take the dub. 28 up front, 5 above 2 to get behind. 50 thou. Cloud, 55 up front. And then 655.5 on the 658 dial-in. Next pair, Chelsea Murdoch and Bobby Hartshorn. Murdoch left-hand side, 608 the dial-in out of Napa. And the 38 Roadster. Right side, Hartshorn, 494 the dial-in for the 5th Avenue Body Shop 02 Worthy Chassis Dragster. $11 thou, 21 thou separate him. Give the win to Bobby Hartshorn. 003 dead 9. 12 total, taking 25 thou stripe. Murdoch was 24 up front and mathematically ineligible. Steve Schmidt and Joe Levitt. Schmidt left-hand side, 536 the dial-in for the 67 Camaro Super Gas Roadster. Right side, Joe Levitt, 609 the dial-in for the 67 Nova out of Carmichael, racing for the Ballers. Trying to earn the Ballers another point, who may or may not be chasing the points right now. They're not first. Dead even up front. Win light says Joe Levitt, 18, 1 above 4. Taking 42 thou stripes. Schmid was 18 up front as well, but then goes 541.6 on the 536 dial-in. David Meyer and Dean Wallahan. Wallahan, right-hand side, 699 the dial-in for the Pleasant Hill, California-based 62 Chevy 2. Left side, David Meyer out of Sheridan, 474 the dial-in. Last call for box. If you're in the back of the lanes, please pull forward. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Last call for box, round number 3. Win light says David Meyer, 004, 1 above 2, taking 53 thou stripe. Wallahan was 12 up front, 5 above 7, no good. Test. Hello. All right, we're on. Cooper Chun and Dennis Paz. Chun left-hand side, 524 the dial in. Right side Paz, 706 the dial in. Dennis, well, I don't know if he's foot feeding me. He's definitely letting go off the bottom. Fourth out, separate him up front. Wind light says Cooper Chun, 008, one above one to take 34 at the finish line. Pause, 12, 4 above one, no good. Left side, Lindstrom, Dale Lindstrom, 578 the dial in. Right side, DeAndre Fitzgerald, 594 the dial in. See Monty out there sporting the TBR Garage shirt today. DeAndre, the 69 Firebird. Dale, the 67 Camaro. Top end says DeAndre Fitzgerald, 35, 5 above 2, taking 11th out finish line. Lindstrom, 51, and 4 above 7 to get behind 11th out. And Sean Nealing going to be your potential buy here. Well, he is the buy, not the potential buy. He is the buy because he has the buy. He's going to get a solo. Out of Rohnert Park, the Haas Woodworking 91 Corvette. Bob Langston Hot Rod. 651 the dial in. His helmet is pretty dope, I will say. Let's go 19. Runs out the back door, 651.6. There you go. 25 total. Super Gas semifinal to lanes 3 and 4. Super Gas semifinal to lanes 3 and 4. Need ya. All right, this just in. We have another round of tri-tip, so if you're still hungry, want to go grab something to eat, there's some more tri-tip down there in the lanes underneath the tent. Plenty more tri-tip, and I know there's a few people who are out of the race. Oh, we do have a shootout coming later. Let me talk about the shootout. Before everybody starts drinking, let me talk about Shootout. It's going to be 150 to enter. And we're going to do separate box and no box till the final. Yeah. 150 to enter. Box and no box separate till the final. If you are already out of the main event, you can come up to the tower and start signing up for the Shootout. 150 to enter. Steve's in. 70-30 split, so 70% going to go to the win, 30% going to runner-up. Oh, okay. 70% going to the purse. We need to clarify these things. 70% going to the purse. So once again, 150 to enter. 70% going to the purse. If you're already out of the race, come on up to the tower. Yeah, once again, guys, there is plenty of tri-tip down next to the lanes. If you're still hungry, more than welcome to come down and grab some. Once again, guys, we are doing a shootout later today, so $150 gets you in. And then payouts will be determined based on the car count. So the more cars we get, the bigger the payout. That's how this works. Bring entry fee money up to the tower, and we'll get you signed up. All right, guys. Once again, we got plenty of tri-tip sandwiches left over here. If you haven't gotten a sandwich yet, feel free to come on over and grab one. Also, if any of the little kiddos want to go swimming, if any of the kiddos want to go swimming, the pool is open at Dave's house in about 15 minutes. The kids must have an adult present. That's a big one. Got to have a mom or a dad or a sister, brother, uncle, cousin, someone that's older than 18. All right, Super Gas Racing semifinal. Rod Horn and Jeff Davey. Rod Horn 5,000 red. Jeff Davey going to move on to the final round. 18 up front, 988.0 out the back door. Steve Schmid and Ron Kelly Jr. Schmid left-hand side out of Minden, Nevada. The Simple Pump 67 Camaro, your number 3 qualifier. Right side, Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro. The 67 Chevy 2, your number 7 qualifier. 8,000 separate them up front. Win light says Steve Schmid 20. 2 above 8, taking 310 thou at the finish line. Ron Kelly 28 up front, 92 with a 0. Not getting there by 3 chiclets. No box needs you to the back of the lanes for call-outs. No box needs you to the back of the lanes for call-outs. Roger Phillips is a potential buy in no box. And we are in call-out round. Once again, guys, we need no box to the back of the lanes for call-outs and Roger Phillips. You are the potential buy, no box. Well, there's 13, so you will have the buy, so there you go. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need box to the back of the lanes for callouts. We need box to the back of the lanes for callouts. Super Gas, you are on standby. 5-minute warning. Super Gas, you're on standby. 5-minute warning. We need box to the back of the lanes for callouts. All right, Roger Phillips, you're by in pro. Gonna go ahead and take his hit. $17 up front. 661.3 on the 662 dial and out the back door. Hey, if anybody has a jumper box, we need one in the staging lanes ASAP. If anybody has a jumper box, can you please hop on the... Oh, never mind, we got one. As I was. All right. Our first actual pair this round of no box coming at you. Left-hand side, Cooper Chun, Vancouver, Washington. He's gotten himself a TNA Race Club big check. I believe he did it last year. Cooper in the Super Tune Northwest refinishing 98 Mullis chassis dragster, dialed 529 the left-hand side. Right side, Ryan Haluska. Consistently goes rounds in this truck at TNA events, but has not sealed the deal yet. Dialed 862 in the 99 GMC Sierra. Win light says Cooper Chun going to pick up the win, 36, 2 above 1 to get behind. Ryan was 14 up front and breaks it out. 7 thou. Took 50 thou. Needed to take 43 or less. Randy Snyder and Brian Cam. Randy, 651 the dial in out of Orangevale. In the 73 Vega on the left side, right side, Brian Cam, 807 the dial in out of Pacifica. The Tom and Jack's Auto 02 Camaro. Randy trying to earn a point for the shot callers, and Brian Cam. Still in for the drag race machine team Alpha. Slowly moving into stage. Randy's in, Brian's in. $3,000 separate them. Win light says Randy Snyder gonna pick up the dub. 36 dead on with a 0. Brian Cam 33, 2 above 4, and by 21 thou. Randy Snyder moving on to the next round. Zach Ealing and Herc Usry. Usry, 685 the dial-in out of Modesto, California, and the 65 Nova on the right-hand side, and Zach Ealing. Man, what a story it would be for Zach to get his first win in the Nova for 10 grand at TNA Race Club SAC Finals Prep Frenzy. Zach, 747 the dial-in the left-hand side. $11,000 separate them up front. Win light says Zach Ealing, 002, dead 6-8 total to get behind 12-10 thou. Herc was 13 up front, broke it out 6 thou, and was mathematically ineligible. Jay Griner and Dennis Paz. Paz in the right-hand side, 709 the dial-in for the El Camino. Left side, Jay Griner, 689. We need Chase Trimp to the back of the lanes for callouts. Chase Trimp to the back of the lanes for callouts. Paz racing for the snitches. Griner racing for the shot callers. Griner, 689 out of Southern San Francisco. Oh, boy. They were not supposed to leave at the same time. Win light says Jay Griner, 007, 1 above 9, taking a 10th at the finish line. Pause. Something happened, and then way above. No good. David Meyer and Mike Ealing. Meyer, 595 the dial-in for the Cavalier on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And Mike Ealing, 660 the dial-in for the El Camino on the right-hand side of the racetrack. $14,000 separate him up front. Win light says David Meyer, 005, dead on 9 to be 14 total, taking 23,000 stripe. Mike was 19 up front and mathematically ineligible. That'll bring up Dave Schaefer and Dean Kirkman. Schaefer, left-hand side, 631 the dial-in for the 66 Mustang out of Auburn. Right side, Kirkman, 646 the dial-in for the higher-up staffing double nickel 55 Chevy shoebox. Kirkman trying to earn a point for the snitches. $9,000 separate them up front. Win light says Dean Kirkman, 22, 1 above 9 to get behind. 26,000. Dave Schaefer, 31 up front. 629.4 on the 31 dial-in to get there by 26,000. No good. Once. Hey, once again, guys, if you happen to lose that round, you are eligible to get into the shootout. 150 to enter. And the more cars we get, the better payout you'll see. So bring that entry fee up to the tower. If you're out of the race, bring it. I see the top end cam is a big hit, Steve. Thank you guys for watching. Janice, what's up? Miss Tracy, Six Pack, Robin, John, Bobby, they're all loving the top end cam, dude. So you can thank Drag Race Machine, Steve Jaslowski, doing all of our camera equipment and live stream equipment, as usual. Super Gas Final, need you to the lanes. Super Gas Final, need you to the lanes. Once again, guys, we need our super gas final round to the lanes. We need our super gas final round to the lanes, please. Here we go. Top end says DeAndre Fitzgerald, 11, 4 above 0, taking 8 thou stripe. Left side was laid up front, and then 1 above 6, no good. Sean Ealing and Andrew Olson. Ealing left-hand side, 651 the dial in out of Rohnert Park, the Haas Woodworking 91 Corvette. Right side, Andrew Olson, 591 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro out of Sacramento. Four thou separate him on the starting line. Wind light says Sean Ealing, 10. Dead 8, 18 total, taking 12 thou stripe. Olson, 006 up front, 2 above 4. And might have gave it back 12 thou. Not going to speculate. And looks like Jeff LaSalle going to have a buy run? Yep, Jeff going to get a buy run. Left-hand side, Ted Seipel, 692 the dial in. For the Austin Healy, right side, Bobby Hartshorn. Out of Oroville, California, 5th Avenue Body Shop, the O2 Worthy Chassis Dragster, dialed 494. One of them's in some trouble. Left side, Chase Trent, 478 the dial in. Right side, Joe Levitt, 609 the dial in for the 67 Nova. Trying to earn another point for the Ballers. Chase turns his 6th out red. Give the win to Joe Levitt, 16 up front, 1 above 9 out the back door. Next pair, left side, Jeff Broussard. 670 the dial in for the 98 Sonoma out of Novato. Right side, Cooper Chun. 524 the dial in for the Super Tune Northwest, refinishing Vancouver, Washington. 98 Mullis chassis. 10 thou, separate them up front. Win light says Cooper Chun 18, one above two, taking 9 thou stripe. Broussard 28 up front, one above one, and could not get there by 9 thou. David Meyer and Artie Pava. Meyer left-hand side, 474 the dial-in. Right side, Artie Pava, 6 flat the dial-in. For the runner out of Elk Grove, the Super Muscle Parts 70 Camaro. Seventh thou, separate him up front. Wind light says David Meyer, 16. And on the double breakout, gets behind 8th thou to break it out 4th thou. Artie Pava, 009 up front, breaks it out 5th thou. Margin of victory, 15-10 thou. Everybody in the chat bleachers, Ted did not win. Bobby won that race. Your Super Gas final for race number 1. Left side, Steve Schmidt. Minden, Nevada, the Simple Pump 67 Camaro, your number 3 qualifier. Right side, Jeff Davey, also out of Minden, Nevada. Another Simple Pump car, the 27 Ford Roadster, your number 1 qualifier. Top end says Steve Schmidt going to pick up the win. 16 up front and the 997.0 out the back door to get behind. Jeff Davey, 54 up front, and then 987.1 on the 990 index. So Steve Schmidt is your winner for race number 1 in Super Gas. You guys are going to get one more time run, and then we're doing another race for the Super Gas guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the fastest grudge race you've ever seen in your entire life coming up right now to the starting line. There's a Black Widow where? Okay, there's a Black Widow hanging on the Pinto's front wheel. Here we go. Who do you got? Who do you got? You got Chuck, you got the Pinto, Look at the smoke. Look at all the oil we're burning. Oh, the wheel spin. Oh, my goodness. It spun the tires when it left. Look at the finish line camera on this one, folks. No, it is not in slow motion. I promise. We're going quarter mile with this one. Ready? Bam. Still going. The Pinto treat the piss out of Chuck. Windlight says, oh, Chuck got him. 1951 with a 6. The Pinto 1972 with an 8. Chuck in the Chevy. What is that year? Like, what is he, a 47? A 47 Chevy Coupe or 77 thou. Sedan, my bad, sedan, 4-door sedan. We need no box to the back of the lanes, 4 pairings. No box to the back of the lanes, 4 callouts. All right, guys, so if anybody that was asking when we're going to do the shootout, we're going to run the shootout after we complete this next round of box and no box. So if there's anybody that ends up losing this round and they want to get in the shootout, you can come up here and get in the shootout. If you're not already in the shootout and you would like to be, $150, bring it on up to the tower. The more cars we get, the better the payout's going to be. So bring it up. Let's go. Let's do this. Once again, guys, if you are in no box, you're still in the main event, and you're not in the back of the lanes, that's where you need to be. I can't see if everybody's back there or not, so if everybody's there, don't mind me. If we're missing somebody, you know who you are more than likely, and we need you to the back of the lanes for pairings, for call-outs, for call-outs.
Supergas to the lanes for your qualifying for race number 2. Supergas, go ahead and come up to the staging lanes for qualifying.
Once again, we need our Supergas qualifying session for the second race. Needs to the lanes. Supergas qualifying session for the second race. Needs to the lanes. We got Zach Ealing on the bye right now. $18 up front, 745-1 on the 747 dial. Here we go. Cooper Chun and Roger Phillips. Chun in the left-hand lane. I believe he's still doubled. Still in box and no box, trying to keep it going. Out of Vancouver, Washington, 531 the dial in, right side. Roger Phillips out of Modesto, 661 the dial in. We got a baller. Oh, this is no box, so Cooper's not going to get any points for the ballers here, but Roger could get some points for the snitches. There you go. Rut row. Top end says Roger Phillips, 008, dead on 210 total to take 41,000 stripe. Cooper missed it, dead on 5, mathematically ineligible. Jay Griner and Dean Kirkman. Griner, left-hand side, the 74 Ventura, dialed 690. Racing for the shot callers, and Dean Kirkman, 647 the dial in for the 55 Chevy. Racing for the snitches. This whole team aspect for the TNA races is pretty cool, not gonna lie. It brings people together, teamwork, you know? 22 thou separate them up front. And on the double breakout, the win's gonna go to Dean Kirkman. Dean breaks it out, 7 thou. Jay breaks it out, 8 thou. So your margin of victory is 1 thou. Big brain math. Randy Snyder and David Meyer. Snyder on the right-hand side, 650 to dial in. Left side, David Meyer, 595. David's had one of his cars win TNA this year. I don't think he has, though, has he? No. Could be today. Yeah, you hear the brap, 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 brap. Oh, David won the shootout in Samoa. Well, that's not a big check, though. He's still hunting for that big check, and he's on his way right now. 30 up front, 6 flat or 601 with a 9. Randy was late, and 3 above 6, no good. David Meyer, still double. Cooper was doubled. We have our one lone double dipper today. We should have our Super Gas cars in the lanes for their qualifying session for the second race. So after this round of box is when we're going to start our shootout. So you have your last chance to come up to the tower and get into the shootout right now. Last chance to get into the shootout, because after this round of box is when we are going to start the shootout. We have Super Gas, then we're going to run box. We're going to give box just a minute because Cooper just went down the track and David's got to switch cars. So we're going to give you guys a minute. So, box, you guys are on standby. Supergas race number 2 qualifying session. Left side, Brian Downer. Right side, Jim Spurnack. Downer out of Oroville, California. Spurnack out of Marysville. Spurnack, 001 red, 992.2 out the back door. Downer, 40 up front, 989.6. Lon Wilburn and Rod Horn. Wilburn left-hand side out of San Bruno. Horn out of Oroville on the right. One was 006 green, the other was 006 red. And it says Horn 992.8 at 152. Wilburn 992.1 at 139. Steve Schmidt and Jeff Davey. Davey, 27 up front, 991.5 at 140. Schmidt, 69 red, 995.2 at 159. We need a box to the back of the lanes for callouts. Box to the back of the lanes for callouts. We need box. Box, box, box. To the back of the lanes for callouts, please. Once again, guys, we got 10 cars in the shootout. This is your last chance to get in, so if you're waiting on more cars to get in, there's probably a handful waiting for more cars. If y'all come up and get in the shootout, there's the more cars that you were looking for. We got 10 right now. This is your last chance to get in. We're only looking at 4 rounds right now. Don't make me get into my girlfriend's Mini Cooper and get in the shootout. I'll do it. Don't tempt me. I'll do it. All right. David Rudd and Chuck Adams, Grudge Race Part 2. Are we doing best 2 out of 3? That's what we're doing here. All right, we got the 47 two-door sedan, Chevy two-door sedan, and a Ford Pinto. And nobody's moving. You're really going to have a staging duel right now? I know you can hear me. The cars are not loud. Hey, we're going to pull NHRA, you guys, and pull you off the line if you're not careful. We're going to do a Bruno Massel and Mason McGahey. There we go. David's in. Chuck's in. 12th thou separate them up front. And the Pinto. Burning oil, losing weight. It's that weight reduction, I'm telling you. 8th mile, looks like it's going to go Chuck's way, but man, the Pinto might have the mile an hour. Give it to Chuck. They both went slower. 2017 with a 7 at 67 miles an hour for Chuck. David, 2022 with a 4 at 67 miles an hour, 59th thou, margin of victory. At the finish line. Hey, Paul, Mr. Bobby Dix wants you to give him a wave at the camera. Yep, right there. Give him a wave. No, you're right there. You're good. There you go. We need DeAndre to the staging lanes. We need DeAndre to the staging lanes. Everybody watching the live stream right now, thank you guys for tuning in, sticking with us all day. After we run the, well, I don't know, will we be in the final of the main event when we're doing the shootout? Okay, so yeah, after we run the final of the main event, we're still going to have the semis of the shootout and more than likely the semis of the, or maybe the final of the super gas class. So stick around for a little bit longer after the main event final. We still got, I think we're going to have a couple more rounds to go after that. Yeah, once again, thank you everybody for sticking with us all day. Thank you to all the racers who came. 'Cause I know it's hot as hell out there. So thank you guys for sticking it out all day and being loyal TNA supporters. We really appreciate it. we need our shootout cars. We need our shootout entries to the lanes for your one and only time run. Shootout entries need you to the lanes for your one and only time run. It's your time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. We need our shootout entries to the lanes for your one and only time run. Shootout cars, you can pull up into the back of lanes 1 and 2. Once again, you guys in the shootout, you can pull up into the back of lanes 1 and 2. All right, Mike Ely gonna take his buy run here in box. Sean out of Roner Park, the Haas Woodworking 91 Corvette, Bob Langston out there as well. Clicks it 20,000 to the dark side. And 650 with a 5 on the 651 dial-in. So, Mr. Sean moving on. Cooper Chun and Jeff LaSalle gonna do battle here. Chun on the left-hand side, 524 the dial-in. Racing for the Ballers and Jeff LaSalle, 658 the dial-in for the Cloverdale, California-based Dodge RT. Jeff racing for the Snitches. The Ballers could use a point here. Cooper trying to hang on for the Ballers. Can Jeff take him out? Cooper clicks it 2,000 red. Give the win to Jeff LaSalle, 33 up front, breaks it out 6,000. Cooper 2 red and 1 above 0. Oh boy, David Meyer and Bobby Hartshorn. This should be a good one here. Meyer, the left-hand side of the racetrack, 473 the dial-in for the Sheridan-based runner. And Bobby Hartshorn, right side, 493 the dial-in for the Oroville-based runner. The Fifth Avenue Body Shop, 02 Worthy Chassis over here on the right side. They both click it red, and Bobby was better. Bobby 009 red gonna take the win. David Meyer was 16 red. And his day is done unless he wants to get into the shootout, which he can pull right back up into the lanes and get in if he wants to. Joe Levitt and DeAndre Fitzgerald. DeAndre, right-hand side. The 69 Firebird, dialed 595. Joe Levitt, 611 the dial-in, over there on the left at a Carmichael. In the 67 Nova. Joe racing for the Ballers. DeAndre racing for Team Alpha. Drag Race Machine Team Alpha. Oh boy. Yep, you heard the burp burp, and he led off. Give the win to Joe Levitt. 21 up front, 3 above 2, taking a 10th. DeAndre missed it, and then 6:08.5 on the 595 dial-in. And DeAndre's day is done. We need our shootout cars to lanes 1 and 2 for your one and only time run for the shootout. Hey, if you just lost in box and no box, if you just lost this previous round, you guys can get into the shootout. Pull up into the back of lanes 1 and 2 with your entry fee money and give it to Jesse. If you just lost and you want to get into the shootout, you can pull up into the back of the lanes and find Jesse or bring your money up to the tower. Hey, if you just made a pass if you're in box and you just lost and you don't want to hot lap your car, you can still get into the shootout. You don't have to make the time run. You're just going to go to the bottom of the ladder. So if that's what you choose to do, come let us know. Super Gas, round number 1, need you to the lanes. Super Gas, round number 1, race number 2, need you to the lanes. And No Box, need you to the lanes for callouts. No Box, need you to the lanes for callouts. Roger Phillips needs you to the lanes. Roger Phillips. Mr. Rogers needs you to the lanes. We need Box to the back of the lanes for callouts. Box needs you to the back of the lanes for callouts. All right, first round, race number 2 of the Super Gas class. Left side, Rod Horn. Out of Oroville, your number 4 qualifier. 27T Roadster. Right side, Jim Spurnack out of Marysville. Spurnack Racing Engines, 27T Roadster. There you go. Jim, your number 3 qualifier on the right-hand side. And Jim clicks it, 10th thou red. Give the win to Rod Horn. 005 up front. And 982.9 out the back door. Next pair, left side, Brian Downer out of Oroville. Downer Motorsports 94 Beretta. Your number 6 qualifier going up against Jeff Davey out of Minden, Nevada. Your number 1 qualifier. Davey was in the finals of the first race, got runner-up, and he's going to win this round right here. 006 and breaks out less on the double breakout. He goes 989.0. Brian goes 987.8 and bows out in round number 1. Lon Wilburn and Steve Schmidt. Steve won the first race today. And he's your number 5 qualifier out of Minden, Nevada. Lon Wilburn, your number 2 qualifier out of San Bruno in the 76 Monza. And on the double red light, win's going to go to Lon Wilburn, Steve Schmidt, 33 red, 996.2. Lon, 11 red, 991.1 and 139 miles an hour. So we should have box and no box in the back of the lanes for pairings. Once again, box and no box needs you to the back of the lanes for pairings. All right, here we go. No box. Semifinal of the no box side. And this should be one hell of a race. The right side, Roger Phillips out of Modesto, the Punisher 69 Nova, racing for the Snitches, dialed 661. Left side, Zach Ealing out of Rohnert Park, California, also in the 69 Nova, dialed 745. Zach has been to quite the number of runner-up finishes on Wednesday nights at Sonoma. He's still looking for his first win. And he's got a tall order right here in Roger Phillips. Mike looking on. He says, "You better get it, boy." Slowly staging. Can Zach go to the finals of no box? Here we go. 11th thou separate him up front. Win light says Roger Phillips going to get the win. 16 dead 1. Zach Ealing 27 up front. Breaks it out. 5 thou. Took 3 thou or less. Mathematically ineligible, but not a bad showing for the kid at all. The other half of your no box semifinal, left side, David Meyer, 5 and 984 the dial in for the Cavalier over there. Dean Kirkman, right side, 645. The higher up staffing, 55 Chevrolet out of Madera. Dean racing for the Snitches. David still in box, racing for the Ballers. Two thou separate him up front. Win light says David Meyer 28, dead 0, taking 9 thou stripe. Dean Kirkman 26 up front, 1 above 1, and didn't get there by 9 thou. So the 2 left in no box is going to be David Meyer and Roger Phillips. We have our box side, our box semifinal back there, getting paired up right now. So David just went down the track, so we're probably going to have to wait on him for a second. He probably is the only one we're waiting on now. So we're going to give him a minute. Stay tuned. Oh, so I lied about David. He's not doubled anymore. Forget everything that I just said. So that means we should have Bobby back in the lanes. I see Sean. I see Jeff. And there's a green roof. I don't know who else is back there. All right. before we get into our box semifinal, I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsors. We got West Coast Architectural, Pac West Trailers, TBR Garage, Drag Race Machine, Steve Jaslowski for doing the live feed. We appreciate all of our sponsors and people that help us make this happen. Because without the sponsors, there's no live feed, there's no race, etc. So with that being said, we have Sean Ealing and Bobby Hartshorn. Bobby out of Oroville, the 5th Avenue Body Shop. Lawn Dart in the right side, dialed 492, and Sean Ealing, 650 to dial in over there in the left in the 91 Corvette. Five thou separate him up front. Win light gonna go to Bobby Hartshorn, 007. 2 above 5, taking 12 thou stripes. Sean, 12 up front. 653.2 on the 650 dial and at 101 miles an hour, which makes me think he probably got behind down there. Jeff LaSalle and Joe Levitt. LaSalle, 657 the dial in on the left-hand side out of Cloverdale. Right side, Joe Levitt, 610 the dial in out of Carmichael on the 67 Nova. Earning a little more points for the Ballers. Jeff clicks at 7th thou red. Give the win to Joe Levitt, 15 up front. And 6084 on the 610 dial-in out the back door. Jeff was 007 and then a 10th above, lifting at the top end. So your 2 finalists in box. It'll be Joe Levitt and Bobby Hartshorn. Once again, just a huge shout out to all of our sponsors this weekend. Pac West Trailers, if you need a trailer, you got a race car and you need a trailer to tow the race car with, or any kind of towing, trailering needs, check out pacwesttrailers.com. TBR Garage, they got their shop fully equipped to deal with any type of race car, street car, whatever you got, they can work on it for you. Drag Race Machine is Steve Jaslowski setting up the cameras. I know everybody in the chat bleachers were telling me about how much they love the finish line camera, so you can thank Steve and Drag Race Machine for that one. And West Coast Architectural for sponsoring us as well. We got the main event semifinal. We got the box side and we got the no box side. We got our Super Gas semifinal for race number 2, and we have first round of the shootout still to come. Hey, Jonathan. He's to the tower. Come up to the tower real quick. We need our shootout round number 1 to the lanes. We need shootout round number 1 to the lanes, and you will be separated. Box and no box will be separated. Along with all of our winners, need you back to the lanes as well. All winners start moseying on up here. No rush, but we need all of our winners back up to the lanes. But the priority is our shootout first round. The shootout first round needs you to the lanes. You will be separated box and no box. Just remember, everybody, the NHRA Summit Series ET Finals going to be right here from September 30th to October 3rd. So if you were in the points this year at Sacramento and you signed up for the Sacramento team race earlier this year, if you already paid for your entry fee and all that good stuff, stay tuned on the Facebook page and the email list. Allie should be having updates about the team race and the race of champions and all that good stuff here shortly. Within the coming days, I would assume. But the Summit Series ET Finals for Division 7 right here at Sacramento Raceway. Thursday, September 30th to Sunday, October 3rd. With a possible Wednesday early parking / test and tune for Team Sac only. But stand by on that. Just got word from Allie that she's going to send an email out this week about the ET final. So make sure you get on the email list if you have not already, so you can be up to date in terms of the points finals and what's going on with that. We need all winners to the lanes. Once again, we need all winners to the lanes, please and thank you. All right, no box, side of the shootout. Round number one. Left side, Cliff Hall out of Carmichael, California. The Hall Bros 64 Falcon dialed in 659 in the left. Right side, Robert Crum out of Chico in the 63 Nova dialed 670. Oof. Cliff was telling me about how he was having a rough day, and it's not looking better here. Oh, snap, he got the win. 72 up front and 3 above. Robert Crum was 30 on the tree and then broke out 7th thou. He took 79 at the finish line. Next pair, Ryan Haluska left side. 860 the dial-in out of the 99 Sierra. And Henry Roberson in the right. 734 the dial-in. Henry clicks at 11th thou red. Give the win to Ryan Haluska. 48 up front. And then 864.9 on the 860 dial-in. Henry, 11 red. And 16 thou under. Steve Jaslowski and Udo Richter. And Steve clicks at 6th thou red. Give the win to Udo Richter. Udo 74 up front, 828.2 on the 829 dial-in. Steve 6 red and then lifts to go 10.029 at 66. And our box side of the shootout, left side. Chase Trimp, driving Daddy's Dragster, dialed 480. Right side, Jake Wood, dialed 520. The Reading drag strip entry. And Jake clicks at 3 thou red. Give the win to Chase Tripp. 35, dead 8. Jake 3 red, and then 3 above 9. No good. We need our Super Gas semifinal to the lanes if you're not already here. Left side, Craig Merrilies in the top bulb Tesla, 731 the dial-in. Right side, Rod Hartzell. Out of Modesto, 618 the dial-in for the 64 Nova. Nine thou separate him up front. Top end says Craig Merrilies 003, 1 above 8, taking 2 thou stripe. Rod 12 up front, 1 above 9. Not getting there by 23, 10 thou. we need our Super Gas semifinal and our main event semifinal. 2 lanes. All right, your box. Or, no box. This is no box. No box final. Your main event semi. Left side. David Meyer, 594 the dial in for the Cavalier. Right side, Roger Phillips, the 69 Nova. Racing for the Snitches. Roger and David waiting patiently. Top bulbs lit. Slowly bumping their way in. David's in. Roger's in. Here we go. 12 thou separate them, and one of them's 001. Top end says David Meyer gonna get it. 13 dead, 6 to take 13th thou at the finish line. Roger was 001, and then 3 above 1 at 104 miles an hour to get behind. I'm thinking, not sure there. David took 13 regardless. Roger might not have been able to run the number. 104 at 663. That's pretty close. David went 109, so he was probably ripping on him a little bit, maybe coasted or something. Next pair, your other half of the semifinal. This is the box side. The left side, Joe Levitt, Carmichael, California, in the 67 Nova. Already has 1 win under his belt this year at TNA Race Club events, dialed 608, and Bobby Hartshorn. The lone Drax are remaining, 492 the dial-in out of Oroville. Pre-stage bulbs lit. Joe's in. Here comes Bobby. Here we go. And Joe Levitt turns it 6 thou red. Give the win to Bobby Hartshorn. 33 up front, 1 above 7. Joe, 6068 on the 608 dial. So it will be Bobby Hartshorn and David Meyer in the final round. And just a side note, these two raced, and I believe the semis or quarters of box on the double red light. Bobby ended up winning, so we're going to have a rematch. They're going to have to race again in the final round here of the main event. All right, super gas time. Jeff Davey gonna have the buy run here. Your number 1 qualifier out of Mending, Nevada. 27 Ford Roadster. '87 up front. 991.3 at 140 miles an hour for him. And the other half of your semifinal, left side, Lon Wilburn. Out of San Bruno, California, the 76 Monza, your number 2 qualifier on the left-hand side. The right side, Rod Horn, out of Oroville. 27 T Roadster, your number 4 qualifier. Okay. Oof. You're might gonna hear a little rip, rip, rip at the finish line. Yep, give it to Rod Horn, 002, 997.9 at 136 miles an hour, taking 5 thou at the finish line. Lon was late, 992.1 at 138. So it's gonna be Rod Horn. Rod Horn and Jeff Davey in the final of race number 2 of Super Gas. Hey, we got our shootout cars back too. Look at you guys. If you're in the shootout and you're not here, bring it back up. If you're in the shootout, if you're a shootout winner, bring it on back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It is about that time where I announce the results of the team competition this weekend. I've specifically haven't said a word about it all day to make sure that we have every round correct. We made sure everybody got a point. I cross-referenced the computer in the spreadsheet with the run sheets, and I made sure that I counted up everybody's wins manually and everything matches. So with that being said, in third place with 11 points, Team Bravo from Drag Race Machine. In second place with 15 points were the Ballers. And in first place with 19 points, Snitches Get Stitches. So your team winners for today were Snitches Get Stitches. So you guys can go find Jen, Tony, or Jesse and collect your team prize. Congratulations. Yay. Someone, all the smack that the Ballers were talking, man, someone stepped up and dethroned them. And there is still the points, like the overall points for the year that we're keeping track of as well. So just keep that in mind. All right. Shootout round number 2. Coming at you. Left-hand side, Cliff Hall. 659 the dial-in for the 64 Falcon. Right side, Udo Richter. 830 the dial-in for the 02 Mustang out of Oakley. Crowd control. That's funny. Udo turns it 35 thou red. Give the win to Cliff Hall, who runs dead on 0. But that would, I think Cliff Hall qualifies for the lucky dog today. He just got by 2 rounds, and yeah. Udo gave it a shot though. And Ryan Haluska, 36 up front, and 860 with a 3 on the 864 dial-in. So it's going to be Ryan Haluska and Cliff Hall going to be the finalists in no box. And we're going to move to our finalists in box. Left side, Craig Merrilies, the top bulb Tesla, dialed 732 out of Windsor. Right side, Chase Tremp, 480 the dial-in the TNA Race Club Lawn Dart over here. It's close up front. Top end says Craig Merrily is going to pick up the win, 24 and 737.2 on the 732 dial-in. Chase was 32 up front, broke it out 1 thou at the finish line. Took 45 thou stripe, needed to take 44 or less. So Craig Merrily is going to move on to the semifinals of the shootout. There we go. And it looks like we have our main event final getting suited and booted right now. So, David Meyer and Bobby Hartshorn. 10 grand on the line today. We decided it was in everybody's best interest if we combined the 2 races today because of the air quality and the heat. It was a general consensus that everybody would rather race for 10 grand today and be able to go home tomorrow and chill out, relax, maybe swim in the pool. I wish I had a pool. We still have our Super Gas. Still have our Super Gas final. Still got our Shootout semifinal to go. So stand by if you're watching the live feed. We still got a couple more rounds to go. So let's talk about this final round real quick. David Meyer, Bobby Hartshorn. These two raced in, I believe, the quarterfinals or the semifinals of box on a double red light. David was worse red, so Bobby moved on. Bobby, as far as I'm aware, has not won a TNA race yet, but he's definitely gone many rounds at these races, but has not secured the big check yet. David Meyer won the shootout in Samoa a couple weeks ago in the truck. And then Jake Guadagnolo won a TNA race. He won the big check at our last Sacramento race in the truck. And David's hoping that the Cavalier can take him all the way today. He's got one more round to go. With the long burnout past the starting line, just for added effect and suspense. Rob should get out there and start walking it backwards with his hand up like, yep, left, right, left, right. So left side, David Meyer, 592 at the dial-in for the Cavalier, and he's been in that left lane all day. Right side, Bobby Hartshorn, 493 at the dial-in for the 5th Avenue Body Shop 02 Worthy Chassis Lawn Dart out of Oroville. David out of Sheridan. Two of the local boys here in Sacramento. Said we're going to keep this money right here in Sac. Both pre-staged. David's moving right on in. David's in. Bobby's in. Here we go. One thou, separate him up front. Top end says Bobby Hartshorn, 10, dead 5 to be 15 total. David was 009 and broke it out by 15 thou, took 21 at the finish line. So he would have had to take 16 thou or less. So give the win to Bobby Hartshorn in the main event final round. Hell yeah, brother. Sorry, David needed to take 6 thou or less at the finish line. Excuse me there. It's been a long day. The quick math skills are not quite what they were this morning. So the Snitches won the team event. There they are. Hell yeah. We are the champions. I'm not singing. Bobby Hartshorn wins the 10K main event. You still got a Super Gas final and a shootout semi and a shootout final to go. So stick around for a little bit. We need our winners back to the lanes. We need our Super Gas final to the lanes. We need our shootout semi to the lanes. One more time, want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors who made this possible. Steve Jaslowski and Drag Race Machine for giving us the live feed and all the cameras and the equipment. We appreciate that. Otherwise, all of our viewers wouldn't have a live stream to watch today. I want to thank Pac West Trailers for sponsoring us this weekend. If you need a trailer, any kind of towing equipment, go to pacwesttrailers.com. And West Coast Architectural for all of their support. And TBR Garage. TBR been a huge supporter of TNA Race Club and Sacramento Raceway since the beginning, so thank you to TBR Garage. Thank you to all of our sponsors for all of our events who make TNA Race Club a thing. I want to thank all of our staff for sticking it out with us in the heat all day. Dan, Paul, Coat, Mike, Peggy down in the time slip booth. Myself and Nicole up here in the tower. Michelle's been helping with the team points. She did a great job. Jesse and Tony obviously running the show. If I forgot anybody, please don't hurt me. I don't think I did. Our EMTs down there at the top end, thank you guys. Woo, yeah, go Snitches. Yeah, say cheese. Y'all need your own flag. Like how the ballers have the ballers flag, y'all need your own. Snitches get stitches. Super Gas, race number 2, final round, coming at you. Left-hand side, Rod Horn. Your number 4 qualifier out of Oroville. The 27T Roadster. Right side, Jeff Davey out of Minden, Nevada. Runnered up the first race today in a 27T Roadster, your number 1 qualifier. And Jeff Davey gonna pick up the win. Rod Horn clicks it 10 thou red. 989.7 for Rod Horn. Jeff Davey, 008, 1 above 8. And Jeff Davey gonna have quite a good day. Runnered up and won in the same day. So congratulations to Jeff Davey. And we have our shootout semi firing up right now. Yeah, perfect timing. I'm good at this. Look at the synergy we have. It just works out here. You feel me? Everything just works. Two no box and 1 box. Left-hand side, Cliff Hall, 659, the dial-in out of Carmichael, California. The Hall Bros 64 Falcon. Right side, Ryan Haluska, 860, the dial-in for the 99 Sierra out of Katati. 32 years young. He drives the truck here, puts the slicks on it, races it, and when he's done, he puts the slicks in the bed and drives that sucker home. Here we go. 10 thou separate them up front. Wind light says Ryan Haluska, 24, 1 above 9, taking 17 thou stripe. Cliff Hall, 34 up front, 2 above 6. And not getting there by 17 thou. And Craig Merrilees gonna have the bye to the final out of Windsor, California, the top bulb Tesla. All stickered up like a true race car. Minus the red emission stickers. You don't see those too often on race cars. He just pulls right on up in stages. You wouldn't even know he was going down the track. How about 18 and 4 above 0 for Merrilees there? So Craig Merrilees and Ryan Haluska going to be the final in the shootout, which coincidentally would... Merrilees and Haluska in the final round on a Wednesday night in Sonoma is a good possibility on most nights, and it just so happens that they're going to do it for the TNA shootout here today. So that's pretty cool. And they're both street cars, so there's no excuse why they should take any longer than like 15 minutes to get up here. I know, I'm sure both of you have your radios on, so just park it right back in the lanes. Just hot lap it, just lap number 2, just come right back around. Oh, you didn't think I would forget about my favorite class, Pro Drag Tractor. Look at Paul go. There he is. Get a nice camera shot there. There's your $10,000 winner, Mr. Hartshorn himself. Congratulations, big man. All right, your shootout final round, and then we're done. Left side, Craig Merrilies out of Windsor, California. The top bulb Tesla dialed 737. Right side, Ryan Haluska, 861 the dial in for the GMC Sierra. The best part, both of these guys are going to drive their cars home after this. And Ryan clicks it red, and he didn't have to. Craig, 66, one above 4. Ryan, 46 red and dead 4. So congratulations to Craig Merrilies on the shootout win. And that's going to do it for TNA Race Club SAC Finals Prep Frenzy. Thank you once again to all of our sponsors, Pac West Trailers, TBR Garage, West Coast Architectural, and Steve Jaslowski and Drag Race Machine for the live feed. On behalf of all the TNA Race Club and Sacramento Raceway staff, thank you for attending, all the racers for sticking it out and deciding to come today, even though it was smoky and hot. We really appreciate it. All of the staff working extra hard today outside in the heat. Peggy down there in the ticket booth, Nicole and myself up here. Everybody, we really appreciate it, and we'll see you in October. And until then, I'll freaking see you later.